got great clips to bring you today from fails.
That's all I'm going into it. Oh god! Oh god!
I'm slapped.
The more streamers on a team, the loserier you get.
Yeah, it's so over, isn't it?
Shut up, bro. Someone's frozen soon. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
There's no way.
Kill him.
Do they know?
He's 1 HP.
Do they touch? What if I punch him off?
Yes.
No!
Yo.
I'm gonna call it the lion, okay?
Bro.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
I see it, bro. Olaf! Olaf!
Falling is easy.
Olaf!
You're good, you're good.
Walking down.
I might be able to get a crazy boop here. I'm actually no, it's insane! It's insane!
God.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Push in.
Holy shit!
You can't hide from me! I hate that character! I hate that character! I hate that character!
Do I still do the hand thing? I mean, yeah, but am I gonna do it right now? Why not? Oh my goodness, that shit felt great. I'm on the soldier here. Soldier 1 HP.
What the fuck is that Frogger boop?
Do you make it?
Hello?
You make very weak.
He booped me down. I couldn't move.
Fair one. Fair really one. Main. I'm pushing there on him, main.
Look at some.
Fucking tapped, mate.
Yep, I can make that fucking jump. Yep. Yeah, I can make that fucking jump.
That was an insane play. Great.
Enjoying the view? You look fantastic.
Chill.
There's no fucking way that just happened.
A good match. Holy parkour or Rissa, bro. What's up, homeboy? What's up, homeboy? I'm not done with you.
What? Are you okay?
That's unlucky RNG, bro. Why did they spawn at the bro? They spawned at the same time. That's unlucky RNG.
Yeah, nano going. Ska active. Okay. But yeah.
TikTok.
No, literally.
Okay, I tried. Fighting. Whoa.
I didn't want to do that. You did. You bugged. Not me. I hate it here. As if. Oh.
Wait, ram one.
Back in five.
Oh my god. I'm never changing my sensitivity ever again. Oh no.
Hey! Where's what?
Yay! Do you think I can do the tech up this?
So behind.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, that's actually game breaking. That's actually game breaking. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Barrels are smoking.
Okay, I don't want to talk about that, by the way. Hopefully, nobody saw that.
Goodbye, buddy. No!
Ja. Nu fitta pi mal. Oh, motherfuckers.
Oh, this was his oh my sorry.
Yeah, I'm dropping him.
Hey! Whatever.
Boys, we got him. Boys, we got him.
Oh, pull me! Pull me! Oh.
No.
No other hero can do that.
Bro, I've gotten like so many clips in this game. Holy fuck.
Hey, wait, can I? What if I hit downwards diag right now, chat? Fox? Aura?
Never mind, I'm not good.
Oh my god, I did it! No way, bro!
What? My life viewer, Pato, killed me.
Yeah, I really believes that he can get value out of this pick when TVNT is over onto the Ramatra. Early push here with the speed ring.
Oh! That was a sick flick from Proper.
They don't have form. We should go then.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1 now. No.
Yeah, pushing. Passive. Go. On. Yeah.
Everyone.
All in there?
Monkey. Leave. Kite the point.
Oh, you.
Ven.
Arriva la punizione!
Bang.
They're chasing me! Oh, wait, that was kind of sick.
Come on, leave spawn, babe, please. Leave spawn, you gotta leave spawn.
Where was I?
That's exactly saved him.
I've got a chicken McNuggets.
Wait. Oh my god, what a boob spot. Thank god they reworked this map, man. That's what we're waiting for.
1Q? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I saw that guy. For sure. I look away for 2 seconds. Why was that kind of clean now? And then I'm off the map. Nah! If you come at the king, you better not miss.
Away with nothing here is going to be so division at least being able to trade.
Oh hell, bro, what is this shit, man? Okay, brother.
Looking like they might struggle to get
him out of here. Save him private property. Surely they get this kill.
All right, bro.
Come on, really?
Like,
it's the shoe healing.
This
whatever, man.
Gonna rush on the point as well. Return rush for SSG,
High Noon.
but they haven't got the space. High Noon over the top. Shoe already dead, but Proper gets 3. Make it a 4th. Make it a 5th. That's the highlight on day 1. Over here.
Sorry, Kron.
Will they know?
Come on now. What the fucking... What? 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 Look at the Reaper! Look at it! Look up! Look up! What? What? He could stay... What? What?
Winston angry. Winston really angry, guys.
Heed the plan.
Thank you.
Divergence leads to defeat.
Oh my god.
I have grab for this. Nice pick. I'm here in a second. I'm right here. Bang. 2. From the back, 3 to 4 shots. Bubble for you. Oh boy.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna tune in for that shit. Oh fuck. Oh wait, wait! Someone clip that.
God.
Someone clip that. That's insane.
Oh my fucking god. Like, I went over the trap and I get fucking punched into it. How lucky am I?
That was silly, wasn't it?
Don't sleep me, please.
Ow!
Yo, number 12. Let's get it, fam. No, that. Oh wait, we gotta pick. Let's go. Let's go. 1 point. Oh!
What an ult. Oh my god. Now you do that? What a freak.
Doubled out.
One run. Okay.
Got the rump back! Sorry. That's an overreaction. Holy fuck. Chill out. Hell yeah! Oh my god, that's it.
Please!
Why does it feel so laggy? Oh, because I am lagging.
What the fuck? Hello? What? What? Yeah. Yo, the next time somebody fucking criticizes me for not playing Overwatch when I say my internet sucks, show them this footage!
Haha, got two.
These teams wanted to end up in our grand finals. Their playoffs lives are on the line. This one is for all the marbles. One of these two teams will be getting a chance of hoisting our Champions Clash trophy, and we're about to find out which of the two will be meeting the Crazy Raccoon squad in the finals. So stick around, we're heading to a quick break, and then afterwards we will be back with all the action.
Got him. Chat, listen, you're saying, hey, you play a hero that flies? I do. Did I fly right there? Sure didn't.
Why is there a DHL banner on this map? Is this law? Did Vendetta do this? Yeah, Vendetta's a big fan of the shipping company DHL. Look up Vendetta Domina Shipping for more info.
I mean, you would have been able to fight that there if you're Virtus Pro.
Oh, sorry, my mic's open, my bad.
Yeah, Mike, you're not muted. You're not muted.
Take it away.
What?
My flight didn't cancel. Like actually didn't cancel.
No. Oh, she's still on the pillar.
No.
Try to land on your
Bang.
Maybe I can see 9 here. I feel like there is an angle. Oh my god, that's thick. Wow.
He froze himself out of Ilariel. He froze. He froze himself out of Ilariel. He froze himself out of Ilariel. He froze himself out of Ilariel to the new map. See, I told you I'm not the only one that didn't know about that feature, bro. The fucking blizzard up there, man.
Nice boats.
The perma blizzard.
Actually outplayed.
Right behind you.
Oops. The enemy team gave up our cloth.
Jacked up, kid. Jack naded. Jack one.
Have mercy.
Huh? Oh my god.
That's allowed. Yeah, moving. Big space. Soldier on left. Where they at? Going back line. That's allowed. Balls on me. Good luck.
Tracer's on over.
Oh my god. Winnable. Absolutely.
Bro.
Could just take point for free instead of all jumping in the hole, but... Oh my god, massive. Oh my, oh my.
Lots more options from above.
Yes!
Let's go, bro.
That's fine, that's fine. I can do the TikTok tech on the... Look. Yo! I got it, bro.
Can someone get on point that isn't the Ana? I want to stay high ground as I'm Ana. Okay, we're just fucking hopping instead of moving the objective. Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes. This is what we needed. This is exactly what we needed from Juno. Fucking hit that hop.
Whoa. How did I E-Dag? Wait, what? How did I E-Dag? Can we get a vote on that? Vote review? What is that? That shouldn't happen like that. What?
Okay, ready? This is the moment I've been waiting for. Wrong button. So that's it. I was waiting for the wrong button.
Can't hang.
Poker face. Poker face. Poker face.
Where is she?
Percy Jackson? Is that you?
Where the fuck is she?
Yes.
W.
What? Where the hell is she?
Alright, so I'm being touched. Oh, we're good.
Oh shit, my head! What the hell?
Okay, yeah, they're probably gonna Nano has on me. Oh, I don't know, coach. Wait, whoa, kill that guy. In the ship.
Oh.
Oh my god.
No comms on Nano, bro. No comms at all.
Oh god.
They're not to be found. I'm on their car. No.
Like, literally one.
No. Am I cheating? My aimbot just kicked in, I think.
Yes. Wall. Push aggressively, I can help. Pull on free. I don't fall.
You have missed bullets.
Right, because it definitely looked like VP was going to get it over the line. Now Virtus Pro, it's just the duplicated self-destruct thrown over the top. See if he can find anything. We'll see.
What's up, James?
Interesting, bro.
I just got suckled into it!
I am just so scared.
Oh my god.
Of, like everything.
Not even worried.
Ping. I blocked it with the tree.
Tanks are coming. We have to get Reaper, Alright.
This ends now.
Hana's one, let's sleep. Sold one. No, I needed that punch to hit. That's so unlucky.
Oh no, it's Twister. Right down, I love you, bro. Oh my god, I love. Oh!
I'm not fucking touching.
You're powered out. Get in there. Keep fighting.
Got any tips, Flat?
Got any tips, Flats, for this hero?
Okay, all right. Here's the #1 tip. Okay, ready? I need to look at me. I'm behind you. Okay. You see me? All right, so here's the #1 tip. Okay, so you come over here, right? You come over here. You come here. You hit H, and then you pick anything else.
Okay, there we go. That was a really good walkthrough.
Yeah, anytime.
You know what? Oh, I was looking at my perks. I did not expect the Doomfist to punch back at me. My bad.
Okay, and then I can parkour up. So I aim okay, aim here.
What are you doing over there?
I'm doing ML7 nade spots.
You got a CSGO nade lineup?
It hit no one.
It actually hit.
I'm okay, I'm with you, Rem.
Guys,
Go! Where is that cage going? Whoa, whoa!
Wait. What is happening to me?
Right, okay, that's giving me. That's giving me. I just got one clip. How broken Tracer?
These are so cute. Dude, you guys are always killing it. I feel like it hits another level every single time. Tell me about like a little bit of like kind of the inception of this map, how it came to be.
Yeah, so there's an artist on our team that I mentioned was Andrew, and he really loved this music genre called city pop in Japan. And he kept saying, hey, this music has this awesome vibe, beautiful colors, and so he was showcasing these concepts he was working on and this mood board that he created, and we said, okay, that feels like a unique version of Tokyo that would fit the world of Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks awesome. Definitely a unique kind of take on everything. The mech here.
Yes.
Kind of the statue. Yeah. It feels like we're like, hey, like a little King's Row. I got another notch, right?
But that's all.
What up, dudes? Yo. So we got some really unfortunate and sad news today about Tennocon 2026. So we'll be covering that today. We'll also be covering a major issue with the Android version of Warframe, and we'll tell you how to fix that so you can actually play Warframe on Android right now. So before we hop into this news video, make sure you sub to the channel. Daily Warframe video uploads, news videos like today, build videos like the Corvex video might be later this week, and everything in between. Thanks for supporting recent streams and videos. I might not be live tonight, but I'll definitely be live tomorrow with some Warframe goodness. I have to farm a lot of Belly of the Beast still, actually. I'm pretty behind on that. Okay, but you're not going to be behind on the news after hearing today's video. So let's start things off with the unfortunate and sad news. The announcement that Rebecca will not be at Tennocon 2026. Yeah, I am actually just as shocked as you are that the lead developer, the game director of Warframe, is not going to be at Tennocon. So we're going to go over her official announcement. I just want to let you guys know. I am not saying anyone did anything wrong, okay? And I'm not saying like, oh man, this is bad that they're not going to be there. Clearly, they wanted to be there, and this is just the unfortunate results of what has happened in their life. That being said, it's not the final. Like this, technically this could change according to their post, but yeah, we're going to read this off right now because this is Rebecca's post on Twitter. Okay, so as far as what's happening with Rebecca, I'm going to read this off verbatim, so I'm not going to, like, add any extra words to it. This is what she posted on Twitter herself. All right, to the Tenno. This came out about 3 hours ago. Tennocon is my most anticipated event of the year. We are working every day to make sure we have an exciting Tennocon reveal, but sadly, I will not be there in person to tell you about it. So the lead developer, she's literally at every Tennocon ever as, like, the lead, like, I guess, presenter, and also Megan will be there too. Hopefully she doesn't get sick. So yeah, since November 2025, I have been privately dealing with an unexpected health issue that I learned about would require major surgery to treat. I planned the required medical preoperative steps as best I could to have the surgery take place after Tennocon. But luck was not on my side. My operation is scheduled for July 10th, basically the day of Tennocon, the Friday of Tennocon. Talk about horrible luck. I will be in the hospital for 3 days post-op, then undergo a 6-week recovery. It should be very boring, and I should be very fine. The timing is what sucks, but I need the surgery. This is plainly devastating for me at a selfish level. Spending time with the community after months of hard work and reveals is a gift. And this year I'm missing out. But the team won't be missing out. The event will be incredible. And I will be watching from the recovery room, taking care of my health. I hope you can hear me cheering on my Digital Extremes people and our players. Thanks for understanding. From Rebecca Ford. P.S. If the date changes, you'll be almost the first people to know. So, yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, devastating news. Because it's been a not great year so far for Warframe as far as the updates not being extremely good. We have Jade Constellation coming out next month. But yeah, as of right now, we're like 5 months into the year with not the best updates. And then we have this announcement too. Very, very unfortunate. It's a weird feeling year for Warframe in my opinion. Now, it's also, additionally too, like, it's really sad because, like, I feel like, isn't Rebecca basically like a celebrity? Like, can't celebrities, like, pick this stuff? It's crazy to me that out of all days of the year, they picked the July 10th. She didn't pick it. I know that she didn't pick it, but their doctors, whoever, picked July 10th out of all possible days in the entire year. They picked, like, the worst day possible. Again, not her fault. It's very surprising to me. Like, you would think her doctor would know she's kind of a celebrity a little bit and be like, hey, you know, we could actually maybe work with you. So we'll see. Again, she said it might change. If the date does change, we'll learn about. She'll tell us about it. But yeah, as of right now, guys, extremely unfortunate news with Rebecca not being at Tennocon. Now, I don't think it will really affect, like, what the stuff they're showing is. Maybe Rebecca will have a pre-recorded video, like, hey, like, I am at the doctor or whatever, and here is, like, welcome to Tennocon, basically. I think they'll probably end up doing that, because this is very fresh information. Tennocon is still in July, so we got 2 months until at least, so yeah. Let's move on to the next news information here, involving Warframe Android players being unable to play the game. Now, Warframe Android and Warframe Mobile are relatively new as far as the grand scheme of things involving Warframe, and there's been a lot of bugs, unfortunately, with Warframe Android and Warframe Mobile. So we're going to talk about how to fix the game today if you are encountering the issue where it says, like, basically it's the circle spinning saying log in, check your info. We're going to tell you about how to fix that today, okay? This is from DE's forums. Okay, so here we are, and PSA, Google login issues on Android. Hello, Tenna, we are aware of some login issues currently affecting a small number of Android users. It doesn't sound small from what I've been hearing from people. We are presently investigating ways to fully resolve the issue, but in the interim, you can try following these steps to make the game basically work until they can permanently fix it. This may not solve the issue for all users, but it has helped some log in. Thanks for your patience during this time and continue to work towards resolution. We'll continue to update the thread as we know more. So basically what they want you to do, they want you to make sure that your Google Play Services account is as up to date as it possibly can be. So as far as this right here, on your Android phone or tablet, open the Settings app, tap your profile picture, all services, Privacy and Security tab, Google Play Services, tap Update or Install. If you don't have these options, follow the steps in 2 and 3. So basically, clear your cache and data from the Google Play Services, link all the data out of there, and then re-update this. It should work. I'll link this post in the description of this video, guys. But yeah, there are some issues with the version of the Google Play agreement you have on your phone. So that might be what is actually locking you out of playing Warframe, because you know it's growing pains with when you make a new game like this. So there's some things they still have to work out. So that's gonna be basically it for the news video, guys. Unfortunately, like to me, I hate to be like, you know, this might be a little bit dramatic. To me, Tennocon is ruined. I know it's not that big of a deal that Rebecca herself is not there, but it is just part of the experience of Tennocon. You know, you have the lead developers there presenting the things they've been working on and are excited about. We're excited about it too, because we want to, like, you know, partake of this content at some point. And they'll probably be showing the Tau update at Tennocon as well. And they'll be likely coming out around December of this year. So we've got Jade Shadow's Constellation and the dev stream for it this upcoming Friday, which I'll be covering extensively on this channel. The update should be in June, and then after the update in June, which will be early June, we'll be waiting until Tennocon in July 10th. And then as far as an update after that, my prediction, this is kind of like Warframe par for the course nowadays. We'll have the Jade Shadows Constellation update in June, and then 3 months after that, like July, August, September. So in September, we'll probably have another, like, kind of like Foley's Hunt-sized update, and then the Tau update will be in, like, December, like, mid to late December, to end off the year with a big chonker update. So I'll see you guys next time. Corvex build video on the way. I mean, I have our Corvex build video on the channel already, but this will be an invigorated Corvex build video with the most range possible, and it's pretty funny and good. So that's basically it, and hope you guys have a great start to your week. Take it easy. Bye.
This is a video about the most famous problem in game theory. Problems of this sort pop up everywhere, from nations locked in conflict to roommates doing the dishes. Even game shows have been based around this concept. Figuring out the best strategy can mean the difference between life and death, war and peace, flourishing and the destruction of the planet. And in the mechanics of this game, we may find the very source of one of the most unexpected phenomena in nature: cooperation. On the 3rd of September 1949, an American weather monitoring plane collected air samples over Japan. In those samples, they found traces of radioactive material. The Navy quickly collected and tested rainwater samples from their ships and bases all over the world. They also detected small amounts of cerium-141 and yttrium-91. But these isotopes have half-lives of 1 or 2 months, so they must have been produced recently. And the only place they could have come from was a nuclear explosion. But the US hadn't performed any tests that year, so the only possible conclusion was that the Soviet Union had figured out how to make a nuclear bomb. This was the news the Americans had been dreading. Their military supremacy, achieved through the Manhattan Project, was quickly fading.
This makes the problem of Western Europe and the United States far more serious than it was before, and perhaps makes the imminence of war greater.
Some thought their best course of action was to launch an unprovoked nuclear strike against the Soviets while they were still ahead. In the words of Navy Secretary Matthews, to become aggressors for peace. John von Neumann, the founder of game theory, said, "If you say, why not bomb them tomorrow? I say, why not bomb them today? If you say today at 5 o'clock, I say, why not at 1 o'clock? Something needed to be done about nuclear weapons, and fast. But what? In 1950, the RAND Corporation, a US-based think tank, was studying this question. And as part of this research, they turned to game theory. That same year, 2 mathematicians at RAND had invented a new game, one which, unbeknownst to them at the time, closely resembled the US-Soviet conflict. This game is now known as the Prisoner's Dilemma. So let's play a game. A banker with a chest full of gold coins invites you and another player to play against each other. You each get 2 choices. You can cooperate or you can defect. If you both cooperate, you each get 3 coins. If one of you cooperates but the other defects, then the one who defected gets 5 coins and the other gets nothing. And if you both defect, then you each get a coin. The goal of the game is simple: to get as many coins as you can. So, what would you do? Suppose your opponent cooperates, then you could also cooperate and get 3 coins. Or you could defect and get 5 coins instead, so you are better off defecting. But what if your opponent defects instead? Well, you could cooperate and get no coins, or you could defect and at least get 1 coin. So no matter what your opponent does, your best option is always to defect. Now, if your opponent is also rational, they will reach the same conclusion and therefore also defect. As a result, when you both act rationally, you both end up in the suboptimal situation getting 1 coin each, when you could have gotten 3 instead. In the case of the US and Soviet Union, this led both countries to develop huge nuclear arsenals of tens of thousands of nuclear weapons each, more than enough to destroy each other many times over. But since both countries had nukes, neither could use them. And both countries spent around $10 trillion developing these weapons. Both would have been better off if they had cooperated and agreed not to develop this technology further. But since they both acted in their own best interest, they ended up in a situation where everyone was worse off. The Prisoner's Dilemma is one of the most famous games in game theory. Thousands and thousands of papers have been published on versions of this game. In part, that's because it pops up everywhere. Impalas, living in between African woodlands and savannas, are prone to catching ticks, which can lead to infectious diseases, paralysis, even death. So it's important for impalas to remove ticks, and they do this by grooming. But they can't reach all the spots on their bodies, and therefore they need another impala to groom them. Now, grooming someone else comes at a cost. It costs saliva, electrolytes, time, and attention, all vital resources under the hot African sun, where a predator could strike at any moment. So for the other impala, it would be best not to pay this cost. But then again, it too will need help grooming. So all impalas face a choice. Should they groom each other or not? In other words, should they cooperate or defect? Well, if they only interact once, then the rational solution is always to defect. That other impala is never going to help you, so why bother? But the thing about a lot of problems is that they're not a single prisoner's dilemma. Impalas see each other day after day, and the same situation keeps happening over and over again. So that changes the problem. Because instead of playing the prisoner's dilemma just once, you're now playing it many, many times. And if I defect now, then my opponent will know that I defected, and they can use that against me in the future. So, what is the best strategy in this repeated game? That is what Robert Axelrod, a political scientist, wanted to find out. So in 1980, he decided to hold a computer tournament.
He invited some of the world's leading game theorists from many different subjects to submit computer programs that would play each other.
Axelrod called these programs strategies. Each strategy would face off against every other strategy and against a copy of itself. And each matchup would go for 200 rounds. That's important, and we'll come back to it. Now, Axelrod used points instead of coins, but the payoffs were the same. The goal of the tournament was to win as many points as possible. And in the end, the whole tournament was repeated 5 times over to ensure the success was robust and not just a fluke. Axelrod gave an example of a simple strategy. It would start each game by cooperating and only defect after its opponent had defected twice in a row. In total, Axelrod received 14 strategies, and he added a 15th called random, which just randomly cooperates or defects 50% of the time. All strategies were loaded onto a single computer where they faced off against each other. One of the strategies was called Freedman. It starts off by cooperating, but if its opponent defects just once, it will keep defecting for the remainder of the game. Another strategy was called Joss. It also starts by cooperating, but then it just copies what the other player did on the last move. Then around 10% of the time, Joss gets sneaky and defects. There was also a rather elaborate strategy called Grass Camp. This strategy works the same as Joss, but instead of defecting probabilistically, Grass Camp defects in the 50th round, to try and probe the strategy of its opponent and see if it can take advantage of any weaknesses. The most elaborate strategy was Name Withheld, with 77 lines of code. After all the games were played, the results were tallied up and the leaderboard established.
The crazy thing was that the simplest program ended up winning, a program that came to be called Tit for Tat.
Tit for Tat starts by cooperating, and then it copies exactly what its opponent did in the last move. So it would follow cooperation with cooperation and defection with defection. But only once. If its opponent goes back to cooperating, so does Tit for Tat. When Tit for Tat played against Friedman, both started by cooperating, and they kept cooperating, both ending up with perfect scores for complete cooperation. When Tit for Tat played against Joss, they too started by cooperating, but then on the 6th move, Joss defected. This sparked a series of back and forth defections, a sort of echo effect.
Okay, so now you've got this alternating thing, which will remind you of some of the politics of the world today, where we have to do something to you because of what you did to us. And then when this weird program throws in a second unprovoked defection, now it's really bad, because now both programs are going to defect on each other for the rest of the game. And that's also like some of the things that we're seeing in politics today and in international relations.
As a result of these mutual retaliations, both Tit for Tat and Joss did poorly. But because Tit for Tat managed to cooperate with enough other strategies, it still won the tournament. We're being joined.
Hey, my God, there's Professor Axelrod.
Hey, there's Steven Stuart.
Whoa, what a treat this is.
And I imagined initially it'd be sort of like computer chess, where you need a pretty complicated program to play a sophisticated game. But in fact, it was not like that at all. It was the simplest strategy that did the best. So I analyzed how that happened.
Axelrod found that all the best performing strategies, including Tit for Tat, shared 4 qualities. First, they were all nice, which just means they are not the first to defect. So Tit for Tat is a nice strategy. It can defect, but only in retaliation. The opposite of nice is nasty. That's a strategy that defects first. So Joss is nasty. Out of the 15 strategies in the tournament, 8 were nice and 7 nasty. The top 8 strategies were all nice, and even the worst performing nice strategy still far outscored the best performing nasty one. The second important quality was being forgiving. A forgiving strategy is one that can retaliate, but it doesn't hold a grudge. So Tit for Tat is a forgiving strategy. It retaliates when its opponent defects, but it doesn't let defections from before the last round influence its current decisions. Friedman, on the other hand, is maximally unforgiving.
After the first defection, just from the opponent would defect for the rest of the game. Okay, that's it. No mercy. And that might feel good to do, but it doesn't end up working out well in the long run.
This conclusion, that it pays to be nice and forgiving, came as a shock to the experts. Many had tried to be tricky and create subtle, nasty strategies to beat their opponent and eke out an advantage. But they all failed. Instead, in this tournament, nice guys finished first. Now, Tit for Tat is quite forgiving, but it's possible to be even more forgiving. Axelrod's sample strategy only defects after its opponent defected twice in a row. It was Tit for 2 tats. Now, that might sound overly generous, but when Axelrod ran the numbers, he found that if anyone had submitted the sample strategy, they would have won the tournament.
I mean, it's so clever. There's so many layers to this story. After Axelrod published his analysis of what happened, or circulated it among these game theorists, he said, now that we all know what worked well, let's try again.
So he announced a second tournament where everything would be the same except for one change, the number of rounds per game. See, in the first tournament, each game lasted precisely 200 rounds. And that is important, because if you know when the last round is, then there's no reason to cooperate in that round, so you're better off defecting. Of course, your opponent should reason the same, and so they should also defect in the last round. But if you both anticipate defection in the last round, then there's no reason for you to cooperate in the second to last round, or the round before that, and so on all the way to the very first round.
And so in Axelrod's tournament, it was a very important thing that the players didn't know exactly how long they were going to be playing. They knew on average it would be 200 rounds, but there was a random number generator that prevented them from knowing with certainty.
Yeah, if you're not sure when it ends, then you have to kind of keep cooperating because it might keep going and you might need them on your side. Yeah. For this second tournament, Axelrod received 62 entries and again added random. The contestants had gotten the results and analysis from the first tournament and could use this information to their advantage. This created two camps. Some thought that clearly being nice and forgiving were winning qualities, so they submitted nice and forgiving strategies. One even submitted tit for two tats. The second camp anticipated that others would be nice and extra forgiving, and therefore they submitted nasty strategies to try to take advantage of those that were extra forgiving. One such strategy was called Tester. It would defect on the first move to see how its opponent reacted. If it retaliated, Tester would apologize and play tit for tat for the remainder of the game. If it didn't retaliate, Tester would defect every other move after that. But again, being nasty didn't pay.
And once again, tit for tat was the most effective.
Nice strategies again did much better. In the top 15, only one was not nice. Similarly, in the bottom 15, only one was not nasty. After the second tournament, Axelrod identified the other qualities that distinguish the better performing strategies. The third is being retaliatory, which means if your opponent defects, strike back immediately. Don't be a pushover. Always cooperate is a total pushover, and so it's very easy to take advantage of. Tit for tat, on the other hand, is very hard to take advantage of. The last quality that Axelrod identified is being clear.
Programs that were too opaque, that were too similar to a random program, you couldn't figure them out because they were so complicated. It was very hard to establish any pattern of trust with a program like that because you couldn't figure out what it was doing. Not you. I mean, the other programs it was playing couldn't figure them out. And so they would end up more or less defaulting to thinking every turn is like the last time I'm going to see you, so I might as well defect. What to me is mind-blowing about this is that these four principles, being nice, forgiving, provocable, and clear, is a lot like the morality that has evolved around the world that is often summarized as an eye for an eye. It's not Christianity, by the way. It's not turn the other cheek philosophy. It's some older philosophy.
What's interesting is that while tit for two tats would have won the first tournament, it only came 24th in the second tournament. This highlights an important fact. In the repeated prisoner's dilemma, there is no single best strategy. The strategy that performs best always depends on the other strategies it's interacting with. For example, if you put tit for tat in an environment with only the ultimate bullies of always defect, then tit for tat comes in last.
I wanted to see whether, for example, the tit for tat did well because it did well with really stupid rules that didn't do well at all themselves, that basically it took advantage of people.
So he ran a simulation where successful strategies in one generation would see their numbers grow, and unsuccessful ones would see their numbers drop. In this simulation, the worst performing strategies quickly shrink and go extinct, while the top performing strategies become more common. Harrington, the only nasty strategy in the top 15, first grew quickly, but then as the strategies it was preying on went extinct, Harrington's numbers also quickly dropped. This shows a main benefit of this simulation because it tests how well a strategy does with other successful strategies. After 1,000 generations, the proportions are mostly stable, and only nice strategies survive. Again, tit for tat comes out on top, representing 14.5% of the total population. Now, this process may sound similar to evolution, but there is a subtle difference, which is that in this case there are no mutations, so it's actually an ecological simulation. But what if the world you started in was different?
Imagine a world that is a really nasty place to live, more or less populated with players that always defect. Except there's a little cluster of tit-for-tat players that live in some kind of nucleus. And they get to play with each other a lot because they're geographically sequestered. They will start building up a lot of points, and also, because that translates into offspring, they'll start to take over the population. So, in fact, Axelrod showed that a little island of cooperation can emerge and spread, and eventually will take over the world, which is fantastic. How can cooperation emerge in a population of players who are self-interested, who are not trying to be good because they're good-hearted? You don't have to be altruistic. You could be looking out for number one for yourself and your own interests, and yet cooperation can still emerge.
Some argue that this could explain how we went from a world full of completely selfish organisms, where every organism only cared about themselves, to one where cooperation emerged and flourished. From impalas grooming each other to fish cleaning sharks. Many life forms experience conflicts similar to the prisoner's dilemma, but because they don't interact just once, both can be better off by cooperating. And this doesn't require trust or conscious thought either, because the strategy could be encoded in DNA. As long as it performs better than the other strategies, it can take over a population. Axelrod's insights were applied to areas like evolutionary biology and international conflicts. But there was one aspect that his original tournaments didn't cover. What happens if there is a little bit of random error in the game? Some noise in the system. For example, one player tries to cooperate, but it comes across as a defection. Little errors like this happen in the real world all the time. Like in 1983, the Soviet satellite-based early warning system detected the launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile from the US. But the US hadn't launched anything. The Soviet system had confused sunlight reflecting off high-altitude clouds with a ballistic missile. Thankfully, Stanislav Petrov, the Soviet officer on duty, dismissed the alarm. But this example shows the potential costs of a signal error and the importance of studying the effects of noise on those strategies.
The word game sounds like it's a children's game, or, there's something a misnomer maybe in calling it game theory, because these are life and death matters, obviously. And as you mentioned that this came up in the Cold War, I mean, it could actually be life and death of the whole planet. We could annihilate human civilization. So these are not games in any kind of trivial sense. It's just the term that is used by mathematicians and theorists.
When tit-for-tat plays against itself in a noisy environment, both start off by cooperating. But if a single cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the other tit-for-tat retaliates, and it sets off a chain of alternating retaliations. And if another cooperation is perceived as a defection, then the rest of the game is constant mutual defection. Therefore, in the long run, both would only get a third of the points they would get in a perfect environment. Tit-for-tat goes from performing very well to performing poorly. So how do you solve this? Well, you need a reliable way to break out of these echo effects. And one way to do this is by playing tit-for-tat, but with around 10% more forgiveness. So instead of retaliating after every defection, you only retaliate around 9 out of every 10 times. This helps you break out of those echoes while still being retaliatory enough to not be taken advantage of.
And so we also ran the tournament with noise and generosity. And that did quite well. My favorite example is tit-for-tat does really well, but it could never do better than the player it's playing with.
I mean, think about it. By design, all they can do is lose or draw. And yet, when the results of all interactions are tallied up, they come out ahead of all other strategies. Similarly, always defect can never lose a game. It can only draw or win. But overall, it performs extremely poorly. This highlights a common misconception, because for many people when they think about winning, they think they need to beat the other person. In games like chess or poker, this is true, since one person's gain is necessarily another person's loss, so these games are zero-sum. But most of life is not zero-sum. To win, you don't need to get your reward from the other player. Instead, you can get it from the banker. Only in real life, the banker is the world. It is literally everything around you. It is just up to us to find those win-win situations and then work together to unlock those rewards. Cooperation pays, even among rivals. From 1950 to 1986, the US and Soviet Union had trouble cooperating, and both kept developing nukes. But then, from the late 80s onwards, they started reducing their nuclear stockpiles. They too had learned how to resolve conflict. Rather than making an agreement to abolish all nuclear arms at once and essentially turning it into a single prisoner's dilemma, they would disarm slowly, a small number of nukes each year, and then they'd check each other to see that they had both cooperated, and then repeat the year after, and the year after that, all along checking to ensure mutual cooperation. In the more than 40 years since Axelrod's tournaments, researchers have continued to study which strategies perform best in a variety of environments. In doing so, they varied everything from payoff structures to strategies to errors and more. Some even allowed the strategies to mutate. While tit-for-tat or generous tit-for-tat doesn't always come out on top, Axelrod's main takeaways still hold. Be nice, forgiving, but don't be a pushover.
Can I ask you, why did Anatole Rappaport submit tit for tat?
Well, the reason was because I asked him to. and he wrote saying, yeah, I'm willing to do that, but I just want to be clear that I'm not sure that this is really such a good idea. He was a peace researcher, and I think his own inclinations were to be much more forgiving and maybe and not be so provocable.
What I find fascinating is that one of the main things that sets life apart from non-living things is that life gets to make decisions. We get to make choices that don't only change our future, but also the future of those we interact with. See, in the short term, it is often the environment that shapes the player, that determines who does well, but in the long run, it is the players that shape the environment. So let's play a game, the game of life, and make your choices wisely, because their impact may reach further than you think. Using the right strategy matters, but figuring out the best strategy isn't easy. It requires critical thinking and innovative solutions, like Axelrod's tournaments. If you're looking for an easy way to build your problem-solving skills, then check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant will help make you a better thinker in everything from math and data science to programming, technology, you name it. You can start right now for free, straight from your device, the device you're watching this on. All you need to do is set your learning goal, and Brilliant will design the perfect path for you, equipping you with all the tools you need to reach it. Did you like today's insights from game theory? Then Brilliant's brand new course, Intro to Probability, is the perfect next step. Introduction to Probability is your gateway to mastering the tools of chance, risk, and prediction. You will learn how to construct and analyze models of real-world situations, from electrons and business decisions all the way to the 2023 Women's World Cup. Whether you're a budding statistician or you just want to learn about randomness and chance, this course will equip you with the skills you need to make decisions in uncertain situations. You'll even take a page out of Axelrod's playbook and learn how to build computer simulations to put your strategies to the test. Beyond probability, Brilliant has a massive library of content covering everything from math to data science and programming to technology. What I love about Brilliant is that each lesson is hands-on, so you'll build real intuition. And the best part is that you can learn with Brilliant on the go. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium. And the first 200 of you to sign up will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
How does a zipper actually work? Like, try to push down on a zipper from above, and it probably won't budge. But if you just use the pull tab, suddenly, it's buttery smooth. So how does it do this? We've made more zippers than there are stars in the Milky Way. You probably used one 10 times today without even noticing, except the only time you do is when one breaks. I'll show you what to do when this happens, but what is actually going on inside this thing? I mean, obviously, the teeth come together inside the slider, but it turns out there's a surprising amount of engineering to this thing. All of this is too small to see on a real zipper, which is why we made this one.
This is a video about the surprising genius of zippers.
What is that?
This is a device that...
Zippers.
What is that?
This is a device that basically started it all. The idea was just to take a bunch of hooks and eyes and try to put them together in some fashion to make them, quote, automatic, unquote.
The hooks seem very sharp. Like, I don't think I'd want this on my fly.
No, oh, definitely not there.
By the 1800s, clothes were typically fastened using laces, buttons, brooches, and hooks and eyes.
These got the job done, but they all shared the same flaw. If you had a series of these fasteners on a piece of clothing, well, you have to close them one by one.
Most people were satisfied with the state of affairs, but one man, American engineer Whitcomb Judson, thought the world deserved something better.
The idea, primarily, it appears to be that he would put them in shoes, and people who had to lace up would be able to do it in one quick motion. So that was the device that he had in mind, and it didn't work.
Judson was a pretty bad inventor. Most of his patents never got much traction, but he was a great salesman.
In 1893, at the Chicago World's Fair, he presented this fastening device as the next big thing, claiming that in no time at all, this would replace buttons and laces, and not just on shoes, but on all sorts of garments. A few wealthy investors actually believed him, so with their backing, the Universal Fastener Company was born.
A decade later, the company managed to carve out a small niche, primarily selling its fasteners for women's skirts. A pull and it's done, said their ads, but that was a lie. Judson's fastener design was a mess. It jammed constantly, and because it was delicate and made from rust-prone steel, it actually had to be removed from the garment before you could wash it, so literally unsewn from your skirt. Moreover, if a single hook and eye were out of place, the whole fastener became unstable, so simply bend over and the whole thing could pop open. Naturally, the Universal Fastener Company had very few repeat customers and they fell into debt.
But in 1906, a new engineer joined the team, 25-year-old Gideon Sundback, who had just moved to the US from Sweden.
Why does someone like Gideon Sundback with a good degree in electrical engineering decide to join this failing company?
Well, it's a great story.
See, one of the managers at the company had
an absolutely drop-dead gorgeous daughter. And that daughter came into the eye of Gideon Sundback, and he was completely smitten. So he ends up working for the fastener manufacturer so that he can cozy up to that daughter, and they marry.
For the next few years, Sundback made minor improvements to Judson's hook and eye design, but none were ever enough to make the product truly functional. Then, soon after giving birth to a daughter, his wife Elvira fell ill and died.
And Sundback was absolutely devastated. So the romantic tale is that he threw himself into his work at that point, out of fighting the grief from the loss of his wife.
This dark period in his life led to a major breakthrough.
Sundback realized that this was never going to work. So after years of tinkering, he submitted a patent of his own. This is a patent from 1914, but if you take a look, it is nearly identical to a zipper from today. Sundback's modern zipper starts with 2 rows of teeth, and the teeth are shaped so that they're wider at the end than the opening on the other side. So if you try to push them together, it's pretty hard. Now this is especially true on a real size zipper, where it's practically impossible. But if I add this slider to the bottom and try pulling on the pull tab here, suddenly it's effortless. So how does it do it? Well, I can remove the cover from the slider to reveal that it's just a Y-shaped cavity. That's it. See, as you zip up, the Y-shaped cavity tilts the teeth at just the right angle so that the tooth has enough space to slot into its groove without bumping into the tooth above. And as you zip down, this wedge-shaped piece separates the teeth, allowing you to unzip.
This results in one awkward design quirk. At the top, no zipper is ever fully zipped up because the wedge is always there. It has to remain between the teeth.
Now, Sunback's original design was a little different to this big guy.
It sported rectangular teeth with a bump on the top called the nib and an equivalently shaped indent on the bottom called the scoop. That way, when the teeth would align, each nib would fit neatly into its neighbor's scoop, forming a strong connection. But there was a problem. Even though Sunback had a new design and a patent, manufacturing a zipper like this in the 1910s was very impractical. Each of the tiny teeth needed to be precisely shaped for the fastener to work, but at the time, there were simply no tools around that could do this reliably.
So he had to come up with some extraordinarily clever machinery that allowed him to automate the production of a zipper from the very beginning.
Sunback's machine worked like this. It took Y-shaped wire made from a nickel alloy as an input. First, it sliced pieces off the wire to serve as individual teeth, and then it stamped the scoop and nib into each tooth. Finally, the machine would clamp the two arms of the Y-shape together onto a piece of fabric called the tape. This tape held all the teeth in place, and it was the part of the zipper that would later get stitched onto clothes and other products. Sunback's machines worked wonders. Even in their earliest forms, they could already make 150 meters of zippers per day, and these zippers were incredibly strong. That's because for a tooth to become unpaired, it needs to get some distance between itself and its neighbors, enough for the nibs on either side to pop out. But since the machines spaced the teeth so precisely, there was simply no room for that to happen. Now, you might think you could just stretch the zipper vertically to separate the teeth, but the zipper tape itself is made from strong inelastic fabric. So even if the garment itself is stretchy, the teeth are connected to the tape, which is designed not to stretch, so they won't come loose.
But there is a way for this mechanism to fail. If even a single tooth falls off, well, then its neighbors have enough space to come loose, and then their neighbors come loose, and this causes a cascading effect and the whole zipper pops open. This isn't something you have to worry about with buttons, which can only fail one at a time.
But even with this flaw, Sunback's employers thought this patent was a goldmine.
So the Universal Fastener Company decided to launch the product under their new name, the Hookless Hooker. They abandoned that name pretty quickly and decided under their new name, the Hookless Hooker. They abandoned that name pretty quickly and decided to call it the Hookless Fastener instead.
This new fastener was a successful product, but not a mainstream one. Its first applications were pretty niche. You'd find it on money belts, essentially the fanny packs of the 1910s, as well as tobacco pouches and rubber boots. Now, those rubber boots were particularly important. They were manufactured by the B.F. Goodrich Company.
When they got a hold of the device, they were convinced that, yes, this will give us a leg up on our competitors. We will introduce this automatic fastener, but we need a name for it.
Then the company's president had an idea.
Well, you know, it worked really well. It's pretty nice. You can just sort of, it just goes sort of zip when you're closing it and when you're opening it. So B.F. Goodrich came out in the early 1920s with their zipper boots.
The boots were such a hit that the name zipper transcended the shoe and became the name for the fastener itself.
Soon, consumers wanted the zipper on everything. By the 1930s, the Universal Fastener Company became very, very successful. They got a new name too, Talon. Since their fasteners had a secure grip, it was kind of like the talons of an eagle. Talon's new zippers were way sturdier than Judson's hook and eye design because their parts were way simpler. And they were also made out of rust-resistant nickel alloy instead of steel, which meant you could leave them on in the wash.
By the way, if you are putting something with a zipper inside the washing machine, you should always zip it up. That will prevent the zipper from snagging on your other clothes, and it'll also protect the zipper itself.
Now, even though zippers rapidly became popular, there was pushback among the older and more conservative consumers, especially about putting them on the fly, and urban legends began to spread.
One of the most famous ones is the myth of the fellow who has come to his fiance's parents for dinner. He's seated down at the table. He looks down and realizes, oh my God, I haven't zipped up my fly. So he zips it up. But then when he gets up a few minutes later to leave the table, he has caught the tablecloth in the fly of his trousers, and so ends up sending the entire table tumbling after him as he gets up and leaves.
I'm still a bit confused by, zippers are more expensive, more temperamental than buttons and laces. And anyways, they become huge regardless of that.
Well, now you see the heart of the mystery. The novelty of a zipper itself was something that took hold of people. People wanted to be modern. And it came to be closely identified with being modern. I found it very interesting that in looking at World War II, the zipper manufacturer in Germany was one of the protected industries, despite the fact that it used fairly precious metals that were very important for munitions and the like. But the zippers were protected because they were closely identified with modern prosperity, with the idea that if we can have zippers, then everything must be okay.
But a more obvious reason for the zipper's popularity is that it's just so easy to use.
How much quicker is a zipper than a series of buttons? I have a jacket that has both, so let's time it. 3, 2, 1. There we go. I mean, it's a pretty great example of how a more automatic approach can save you a bunch of time, which is what today's sponsor, Hostinger, is all about. Say you have a bunch of projects spread out over Slack and email and WhatsApp. If you're trying to keep track of everything manually, it's a pretty slow process and it's super easy to miss something. But with Hostinger and their virtual private server, or VPS, you can quickly zip up your entire project and bring everything together in one place. In just a single click, a Hostinger VPS lets you deploy OpenClaw, which is a multi-channel personal assistant. And OpenClaw's declutter feature will go through all of your inboxes and pluck out all the most important messages and zip them together into one central hub. It's also a great research tool, so if there's a topic you're interested in, you can use OpenClaw to scrape the web for relevant sources and also keep up to date on posts everywhere from Reddit to Nature. And because it runs 24/7, you can wake up each morning to a fresh batch of articles delivered straight to your inbox. So if you're interested in running OpenClaw, head to hostinger.com/Veritasium OpenClaw or click on the link in the description. And make sure you use code Veritasium to get an exclusive discount on all yearly VPS plans. So I want to thank Hostinger for sponsoring this part of the video, and now back to zippers.
Fast forward to today, Sunback's design is still the one we most associate with zippers.
Besides the classic metal variant, which was sturdy and reliable, zippers also started being produced from plastic, which was cheaper and more flexible. But you'd probably be surprised to know that these two zipper types aren't the most common zipper in the world. In fact, the world's most popular zipper doesn't have teeth at all, and it's this thing.
Okay, at first it just looks like other zippers, but if I pull out the threads, you can see that everything here is just a single weird piece of plastic. Imagine you have a coil of plastic that you somewhat flatten. You can mold the plastic such that one side of every loop bulges out more on the top and bottom. If you do this a second time with a second piece of plastic, you'll notice that you now have ridges that fit perfectly together, much like zipper teeth. Stitch these two coils onto fabric, then add a slider, and bam, you have a functional zipper. This is known as a coil zipper. It showed up around the 1940s as a cheap alternative to the original design, and now you can find it everywhere, especially on things like suitcases and backpacks, where the zipper needs flexibility to maneuver around corners.
Coil zippers also have another benefit. Since all of their teeth are one interconnected piece of plastic, there's no way for a single tooth to fall off, so that itself cannot cause that cascading failure. But there was still a problem zippers had to solve, and that was that they were kind of too good. Especially zippers that have been used a lot and are kind of worn down in the slider, they can just unzip on their own.
To prevent that, Gideon Sunback himself actually designed a locking mechanism, like a brake. Under the piece that connects the pull tab to the slider, there is a small metal pin. When the pull tab is in its typical resting position, one end of the pin sticks through a hole in the bottom face of the slider, lodging itself between the zipper's teeth or coils. That way, the slider is stuck in place. But when the pull tab is pulled forward, this releases the pin, allowing the slider to move.
Now you can see that there's like this little tiny gap through which you can see light, and that's because the zipper stop is now engaged. But if I grab the pull tab and start pulling, you can see that because of the way that it's shaped, it's actually gonna end up pushing that part up, even though I'm pulling to the side, and that's gonna disengage. You can try to pull apart the fly on your pants, but unless you actually grab the pull tab and pull it down, it is not gonna open.
These locking mechanisms aren't on every zipper, but they're more common than you might think.
I counted up 65 zippers in this room in total. 33 of those 65 had stopping mechanisms, which is over 50%, which is also something I never noticed on a zipper.
But as I was hunting for zippers in my room, I noticed something else. On pull tab after pull tab, there's no mention of Talon, but I kept finding the same 3 letters instead.
YKK, YKK, YKK,
YKK. Even on clothes and objects from completely different brands. If you look at your zipper now, you'll probably see the same thing. So at first I thought this might refer to a particular style of zipper or something, but then I Googled it and it turns out that YKK is a company, the biggest zipper company in the world.
If Talon has the original patent rights and they own the original zipper, how don't I have a single Talon zipper in my room? And how did YKK end up dominating the zipper world?
Well, Talon pretty much ruled the zipper market until the 1930s, but in 1934, Sunback's original patent expired, so the playing field was wide open to competitors. That same year, Japanese businessman Tadao Yoshida founded a new fastener company, the Yoshida Manufacturing Corporation, or YKK. It began as a single workshop in Tokyo where each zipper was made by hand. Then, in 1945, that workshop was completely destroyed by Allied bombs. But Yoshida was undaunted. He rebuilt the plant, and after the war, he started buying zipper-making machines from the US.
They improved the machine, particularly they improved the speed.
They then also decided to switch to manufacturing everything in-house, from the zippers themselves, to the machines, to even the boxes that the zippers were shipped in.
And YKK emphasizes quality above everything else. So they make a real point of saying that if you have a YKK zipper, you can depend on it utterly. And that turned out to be an enormously successful sale tack.
Around 1980, YKK surpassed Talon as the world's biggest zipper maker. And by the early 2000s, Talon's US market share had fallen to a mere 7%, while YKK's surged to around 45%.
YKK surpassed the 10 billion annual zipper unit sales last year.
I mean, that's a very impressive number. Like 10 billion is crazy.
It's equivalent to more than 3 million kilometers in length. It could be around 18 trips around the world.
And not all of these are regular everyday zippers either.
So this is an airtight, watertight zipper, and this relies on rigid metal-to-metal sealing where nickel teeth are forced tightly together against a rubber tape, providing an extreme pressure resistance.
I mean, that looks like a mean zipper. What's an extreme use case for a zipper like this?
Deep sea diving, submarine escape suits.
Submarine escape suits sound really cool.
In case of an emergency evacuation of a submarine, you need a suit that can balloon up with air to counteract the pressure of the deep ocean, and that can provide buoyancy, helping you shoot up to the surface. But you also need to be able to put it on super quickly. And the best option seems to be this suit with a giant watertight and airtight zipper on the front. Airtight zippers like these even made it onto spacesuits.
And that's the zipper. It's this surprisingly genius invention that no one really asked for. I hate when this happens.
I think a zipper slider may get stuck if fabric becomes caught in the chain. So if dirt or debris enters in the zipper, the best fix is to carefully remove any trapped fabric or debris or move the slider gently.
Okay, so carefully removing stuff from the zipper,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
my first reaction is just like, try and jam over the slider. So you're saying I shouldn't do that?
Yeah, no. Move it carefully.
Carefully. And if there isn't any visible debris causing the zipper to get stuck, you can try lubricating the area with graphite from a pencil in order to get the slider moving again, because it's a great dry lubricant. But probably the most annoying zipper problem is when a zipper unzips on both sides of the slider.
This usually happens when the slider becomes worn or bent and can no longer apply enough pressure to properly interlock the zipper elements. As a result, the zipper chain separates behind the slider.
A worn-down slider is something you might be able to fix at home. Just take some pliers and crimp the slider together from the sides. That will make the inner cavity more narrow, just like when it was new, which should make it bring the teeth together again. Just don't crimp it too tightly. I just can't get over the fact that the first patent Gideon Sumback submitted was around 1914, and in those 112 years, so many other devices that we've invented have been completely transformed, got better, got faster, cheaper, but it seems like the zipper is mostly just the same. So it's just that Sumback's design was that good.
It's that good. I don't have any better explanation. It really is. It's that good.
Hi.
Vote for a map. Traveling to Icon.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
Hi.
You like beaches,
Right, Anna? We should do a girl trip to Tulum.
What's it going to cost me?
For you, amor? No charge.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Mind your posture, everyone. you shouldn't have.
Select a map. Now entering King's Row.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
The end draws near.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Might be tricky keeping this bunch alive.
Between the two of us, how could we fail?
What if they run off without us?
Don't worry. I have a plan for that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commences.
A sniper.
Action.
Pristine
Construction.
ridiculous.
Vote for your map.
The perfect world is shaped by my hand.
这个世界需要我们。
Can't change the world by following all the rules.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack.
Barrier manifested. I am advancing the payload. Draw strength from nature. Light interferes. What a charming accessory.
Shut
up a new proposal.
Payload stalled.
No mistakes, only progress. Over there. Shaping our defense. How good of you. I am advancing the payload. Constructing my barrier. I am of a higher caliber. Power at my fingertips. This ends now. And you thought I was rusty. Hello.
My journey continues.
You're powered up. Get in there. Adaptive circuit engaged. Run on.
Play of the game.
मेरे मुताबिक चलो.
Sean. I made a
in my heart will never burn out.
How's it going?
Hey, it's Keiko.
Traveling to
Lightning just directs them down.
Please, state your... Again. I see that Silent Cilia has finally been shut up for good. She earned that moniker because she liked to silence travelers by slitting their throats. Well, I hope she met the same fate. I wonder what it sounds like when a blade pierces the trachea. Anyway, the reward is yours. Do you keep bandits' fingers as trophies? Go chop off some... Go!
Always good to have a little rest. Damn, you're getting the hang of this quicker than most. Tell you what, you've earned the chance to try something more advanced. I've got a pattern I've been sitting on, and if you get it right, you'll have... You too... You've done it again! Oh, there's real craftsmanship in this one. Oh, I've got something else for you, friend. This one will make you sweat, but hopefully you'll come out as sharp as my... I might retire early and let you take over the forge. Joking aside, that's some bloody fine work. Looks like you've handled everything I had for you. If you're hungry for more knowledge, you might want to seek out a blacksmith from the tribes. Say what you want about the Dalrita, but those bastards have tricks up their sleeves that even I don't know. Hope nothing bad happens today. I like it when things are quiet.
goes there? You're no match for our band. You're no match for our band. I'm not beaten yet. Your money. I lie.
Where do you think you're going? Go ahead, but speak to Vran first. Unless you want her berserkers to turn you into mincemeat. So, did you get what you needed? Huh. Weird place, this. Back in the Forlorn Swords, we didn't have many strange. Maybe a pict or two every so often, but they're a different kind of strange. Aye, I do. It's home. Plus, it's too bloody warm here. The bugs are driving me mad. What's there to like? They only come to take. Our steel, our warriors. They never bring anything good in return. Felt like everything was falling apart back home. After, it felt like we... Where... See you...
Getting restless.
Mabon just let you in like that? That's not like her. But since you're here, it's only polite to eat. Welcome to the camp. I'm Showdown of the Sveen tribe. Ah, that poor soul over by the rocks. His name's Groder. Not long ago, he was a strong warrior. But now, it pains me to even look at him. I asked Therov, our mage, if there's any way to help him. But he insists there's nothing to be done. Nobody really knows. He went out hunting one day. Came back empty-handed. I mean, he walks around, mutters to himself. Therov claims there isn't. But there's got to be a way. I doubt Groder's the old... And if anyone would know about curing magic, it's the Hude. I don't know why Therov won't talk. But where are my manners? I shouldn't bother you with my... Therov can make sparkles. No one else. He used it to kill a man during a raid. Poof! There wasn't much left of him. Therov once talked about a whisper in the dark. He said he wanted to follow the voice and kill it. Sounds like it could be a decent fight. The night's darker.
Nothing ever happens. First, you showed up here like a dimwit. Now you're walking around camp like it's... I look into your eyes and I don't know whether you're made of steel or you're just a fool. But you are here. And Mabon didn't chop you to pieces with her axe. The runes seem to favor... I guess that has to be enough, for now. If you need something, talk to Vran. She's in charge. Groder walks in another world. His body is here, but his mind is lost. To Dalriata, madness is the worst. Therov hell. Aye, there is, but... All... Subde... Truly? A wanderer willing to help a stranger? That's honorable of you. Therov is willing to share his knowledge. Give this potion to Groder and hold his hand. It should give you access to his soul. With a bit of luck, you'll find Groder there himself, And maybe you'll be able... Either way, Therof offers you his highest respect. Good luck, Wanda.
Soon. I don't know what's happening to me. It's... Sobder. He helped me, but... It's all... I was chasing a deer, but it ran too far. And night caught up with me. Then, just... I tried to take Sobder's challenge. I felt angered. Thank you.
Getting restless.
Well, if it isn't my personal safety. Better, that's for sure. You don't know how much I missed sitting around the fire with my little brother, eating his legendary venison stew. A tear in the wearing either, and being the good little... I'm gonna sit here until my speak. It's... It does. Each of us makes our own tower. May the weirdness...
Getting restless.
I don't know how to thank you. Pray! Thanks to you. Grode.
No. He's a bloody... Why are you... Plus... See you...
Too quiet. The Wanderer saved Grodair. He'll be fine, and... We don't wish to. Therov sees it. Besides, Grodair would choose death over falling into... What of it? The Dalriata are not like those in Camelot. We don't make women wear frocks and sit at home. Our women have names. And if they have names, it means they earned them like all other Dalriata. Vran was chosen by...
I don't need to tell you anything. Just wait and see for you. Go.
If nothing happens by nightfall, I'm starting up.
Mabon let you in. Well, this must be urgent then. Go on, speak. So, you're after that snake, huh? I've been telling One Eye he's nothing but trouble. Sure enough, it didn't take long for another outsider to show up at my camp. Sometimes, I hate being right. That man doesn't have a single honest bone in his body. He came here to make deals with us. And who knows, maybe he'll stick to his word. But I don't trust him. Once a traitor, always a traitor, no matter who he's turning his back on. Still, I've sworn my loyalty to One Eye, and I'll stand by him to the end, whatever that may be. Anyway, he's at the temple. And before you ask, no. You can't get in unless you're ready to face my berserkers. I'm not sure yet. First, I need to see if you're really as determined as you claim. I'm not about to share our secrets with somebody that's only half committed. I've got a potion from Therov, made for my warriors. He claims his alchemy is better than what the Volker tribe has known for generations. The thing is, I don't fully trust his brews, so I need some... That's for you to find. It's supposed to enhance my warriors' abilities. In the long run, it could be useful, but I can't risk my men just to... Here. So. What the hell? Damn it, Therov. I wasn't expecting this, no gonna lie. I don't know what you're trying to say. Just come sit by the fire with me. It should wear off soon. Feeling better now? Try saying something. Glad to see you haven't lost your sense of humour. Exactly why I've always told Therov he's full of shit. He's chasing the impossible. I knew it wouldn't work, but at least the potion wasn't dangerous. I wasn't expecting you to just go along with it. No Volker would accept a potion like that from an outsider. You're really determined to enter the temple, aren't you? No, I can see you're reckless, but I still don't know if I can trust you. Lucky for you, there's a... Turns out, I need some... One Eye wants to make nice with the keepers, though if you ask me, no level in their precious pile of rocks to the ground is nice enough already. But he says that's no enough. He's looking to make a gesture of goodwill, Show them we're not here to conquer but to forge an alliance against a common enemy. And he's put me in charge of picking out a gift to send to the Horns of the South. Camelot, of course. Everything they touch turns to ash. It's a touch that rots and spreads the land. The people, nothing is. I've got one. I sent some of my men to hunt down bandits and told them to collect. I thought of Ugwi, make them into a necklace. But apparently, stringing... I'm a Voker. My haunt at the beside... Look, but... I know your lot thinks we're savages, but just so you know, it's no a tradition with us either. How else would they know we've been helping? The keepers probably wouldn't notice fewer bandits. They barely leave their walls. If you've got a better idea... I could have Ugwi forge an axe, but he doesn't see much difference between the Southerners and the Camlotians. No that I blame him. I can't either. I just take One Eye's word that it exists. But I don't trust Ugwi not to somehow make it insulting. As for my people, the Vokers stripped themselves of any meaning a long time ago. The only thing we have left is the Berserker potion. But that's too precious to just hand over. That'll tell me what kind of man he is. If he thinks we're so dishonourable, I don't see maybe that. What? You want the entire fortress to start quacking now? You know what happens when he's left unchecked. No. Thereof's no an option. Besides... You, of all people, should know It's no his skill, I doubt. It's his commitment. Though maybe I'm wrong. We're all supposed... Fine. Why don't you talk to Ugwi? Tell him what needs to be done. You know better than I do what gift the Keepers will appreciate most. My Berserker...
use some action.
If nothing happens by nightfall, I'm starting a brawl.
Nothing ever happens.
Oi! Keep your hands where I can see them. That son of a bitch. I once smacked him in the mouth after he tried to set his wolves on me. Bloody ghostly shite. You also play around with filthy... Good. But don't think that'll... What are you doing here? Then you have a problem. Because the temple belongs to One Eye now. And he told us to sit out here on our arses and make sure no one goes inside. So, you're not going inside. But I really hope you'll try. At least I can water myself up by chopping. Seems like it. Go see Vran. She might just make you one of her berserk.
Getting restless.
Our leader. And soon, the leader of all the Dariata. He doesn't piss about trying to make deals with Camelot. He will unite all the tribes. And then we'll march on. No. One Eye is a... Right now, most of them have their heads stuck up their own arses. Even Ulfar. It's sad to watch how they stay in their honor, but eventually they'll make it be the leader of the Do you know anything about the tribes? Mater, bless me. Yes, the Stone Wardens, masters of working with weird stone and weird steel. As you'll... The Stone Wardens...
Someone's our trouble.
She wants me to do what now? And here I thought she was the... Bloody hell, this whole camp's gone mad, I swear. Must be something in the air around here. Fine, but I don't have the time or the materials right now. Here, take these instructions. When it's done, bring it to me. I'll add the...
Someone's bound to start trouble. Acting like a fool won't get you far around here. Bored or something?
Not too shabby. Almost ashamed to give it away. Just wait here a moment. Ah, now it's ready. A fitting gift for the keepers of the South. And stop eyeing me like that. I gave my word. Now, scram.
Nothing ever happens.
Don't trust Cam days. Mother help me. I just hope I'm no making a mistake.
Nothing ever happens.
still a part of me buried in this place. I can feel it stirring. We must find it before we move on.
Sometimes it's nice to just sit and think.
I just heard that some old man named Morris showed up at the keep, dragging the head of bald Kate just so he could be with... Can you imagine? I still can't tell whether it's bravery or he's just out of his mind. Probably a bit of both. An axe? And you're sure they haven't just declared war on their behalf? It looks solid enough. Good craftsmanship, I'll give them that. And what's this? An inscription? Do you know what it says? I'll accept it, but cautiously. It seems like a nice gesture, but I just can't bring myself to fully trust it. You've done your part in proving your worth. You won't find the captain at the Horns of the South. He ordered us to lock down the keep, and then he disappeared. I have my suspicions about where he might be, but I can't say for sure. And frankly, I hope I'm wrong. Brandon once said he wasn't afraid to go to the Dol Riada, and the way he said it, I couldn't tell if he was joking. So maybe he went to make it. I think that's ridiculous. Everyone knows the Dol Riada are savages. But if it's true, if the captain did go to broker peace with the Dol Riada, you'd most likely find him at the All-Mother's Temple, where One Eye and his thugs are holed up. Getting into the temple won't be easy, that's for sure. And Frank, try sneaking in quietly, or see if you can convince the tribe's representatives to let you through. And if you do find the captain, tell him to return to the horns of the Galahad the Pure is already on his way, and he won't be pleased to find a bunch of keepers hiding. We'll all face
Ah, that's you. Cool. Some old man came. Play.
Could use some action.
Shit! Did you already give them Ugwies? I just caught that idiot bragging about how he decided to add an inscription. Apparently it says bleed of the cowardly dog. Damn it! This is why I can't trust any of them. Well, what's done is done. We'll just have to make sure the quartermaster never finds out what it means. You head to the temple. I need to figure out what to tell One Eye.
We need to make a plan. Camelot will soon figure out something's not right.
Don't fret. To the Dolriada, honor matters more than life itself. We gave you our word.
But do you realize taking this temple was a terrible idea, right? It's just gonna speed up Camelot's intervention.
Taking the temple was inevitable.
Why? Do you mean? What do you mean? Are you trying to provoke Camelot into invading? Or do you just not like the All-Mother?
We believe in the same goddess, but we call her Mirror.
That doesn't answer my question. What do you want? You don't look like you're from the tribes. How did you even get in here?
Whoever she is, I can't say she lacks courage. We don't usually take visitors. Well, that seems to be a matter for the Horns of the South. I do not need to be involved. I trust you to know what should be shared, and what's best kept to yourself.
I don't know what kind of madness brought you here, flashing that pin, but my friend's right. You've got courage. So tell me, who... Conspiring? Don't be absurd. That's... I don't see, however, why I need to... And not a very sharp one at that. If you're wondering why the commander of the largest garrison in the south would want to make a deal with the most powerful military force... Ha! Good luck with that. Only King Arthur can wield Excalibur. Ah, Caradoc. Well, that changes things. I had a feel... Fine. Yes, every new captain gets a set of secrets passed down from his predecessor. And yes, but nothing in life is free. You know that. Do something for me, and I might consider sharing our greatest secret with you. Galahad the Pure is breathing down my neck. And I hate it when somebody's breathing down my neck. Even worse, One-Eye's men says he's already set up camp at our old stronghold in the west. In theory, the Horns of the South should be on an equal footing with the Round Table. In reality, they demand we supply them with food and protect the South, and all we get in return are threats that Galahad will be sent to put us in our... I met him once. He's no knight. Bloody windfucker will fly from Camelot to the Horns just to hang half of the garrison for whatever he himself will perceive as And I can assure you, there won't be any... Oh, he's got a lot on his conscience. He leaves a trail of fire and ruins everywhere he goes. Galahad doesn't bother with politics, because he doesn't have to. But from what I've heard, even Camelot's getting tired of him. Sometimes, you've got to talk to people. No need to chase after them. You'll see soon enough how fanatical he is. Galahad's the last thing the Horns of the South... Don't tell me you're that naive. Do you know how he earned the title? It's because he somehow got it into his thick skull that evil is everywhere, and the best way to deal with it is to burn it all away. So, he goes round setting everything on fire. I mean, yeah, sure, it's pure... Well, except for the charred corpses. But nobody in Camelot seems to care about those. My arse is purer than this guy, even after I take a huge dump. Galahad needs to die, obviously. We'll just say he had an, well, unfortunate accident. I don't know, fell on a pitchfork or something. But then we can continue our talks with the tribes, and by the time anyone from Camelot decides to act... In theory, the Horns of the South should be on an equal footing with the Round Table. In reality, they've been trying to suppress us. And the fact they're funding most of our operations, you know, like building the new lighthouse, for instance, doesn't exactly help things. I don't see any way out of this that doesn't end in open war between Camelot. Not to mention, half of my men will probably end up burned at the stake for treason or some other drum. And I can't openly risk a coup. That would only make matters even more. So, as you can see, you're the only one who can do this. The choice is yours. Well, what's wrong with that? If we let... And if that... Yeah, it's that simple. Just flash that pin to his guards. They'll let you in without a problem. And now, excuse me,
I'd rather face blades than boredom.
Careful. Leg snappies. You must really like it. It's strange and a death. Or maybe you're... Because he has a goal that's worth fighting for. And he plans to achieve it. After living in a tribe with no direction, I'm not here to seek an honourable death. I want a better life, one with real... Why? My tribe is lost. They've been stumbling around in the dark for years, but when even my own sister turned her back on me, I gave up. One Eye's campaign felt like... Aye, an older one. I thought she'd help me bring the Voker. She only cared about her books. No. My tribe believes Mither has abandoned us. That we deserve it. But I don't think the answer is just to give up and wait for death. And I believe the best way to do that is by breaking Camelot's grip on Avalon. Stay out of
Too quiet.
If nothing happens by nightfall, I'm starting a brawl.
Why is everything always such a hassle?
Stop right there. Who are you? And what do you want here? Very funny. We're the personal guard of Sir Galahad the Pure, a knight of the Round Table. But you won't be meeting him. You could also leave in peace. It's true that this pin obliges me to take you to the knight. But did you actually earn it? Or did you just pluck it? Go. But bear in mind that Galahad is not a patient man. The door is open. Try.
Unbelievable. The book clearly described a figure like a Minhead. Oh, no. I never thought it could be actual Fordweller. Probably one of the lost. Elvis never described him as a living, intelligent creature. More like, a piece of furniture. So many years after the war, and the keepers treated him so callously. And there was so much we could have learned from him. Well, that doesn't change the fact that I was terribly wrong. I'd convinced myself that I would find what I was looking for on the Andraste. Oh, what a silly old goose I've turned out to be. Here, take these coins as a token of my gratitude. Although the knowledge you found is invaluable.
Berg's no more. Poor bastard. Hard to believe we've been in each other's lives. Glad you tried to help. That all?
Ah, that's... No. I know. The gate's standing proud again. And that monument. Well, it actually looks like something worth remembering now. Folks around here might not say much, but they'll notice. A place that looks cared for makes people care more in return. Good work. If I had a medal to give, I'd pin it on you myself. Maybe Fergus will even crack a smile. Or at least grunt in approval. Either way, you've done well. See you around.
We may be in for a fight,
Such a cheap shot!
How could I? It took place after my death, and I was not summoned back when it happened. Yet I believe they did what had to be done. If the Four-Dweller was a threat, one that could neither be questioned nor studied, then he had to die. You do not understand how dreadful these creatures are. Even with the weirdness weakened, we cannot fault these people for defending. I heard rumors. The Delrita chieftains spoke among themselves of the stone wardens they brought from the homelands. Yet when I asked, they had little to say. It seems their brotherhood has found a way to bend the weirdness to their will. That is good, I suppose. If you have the chance to learn from them, do so. We need every advantage to restore peace to Avalon.
Did you make sure that no one from the Queen's entourage was following your trail? Beware her spokespeople. And if you're acting on her behalf, be gone and perish! Depends on who's asking. Do you bring trouble? Or are you in need? Do you hear the buzzing of the bee swarm? Or are you carrying that noise yourself? No, I can't hear anybody. You don't know what you're doing here yourself. And you are looking for answers. Or the right question. My name is Brock. If you need something to shield yourself from evil, you've come to the... The first time I saw her was then. Find it. It's the attire of many families from Brockmiella. But I can't... No. Of course. Take care of yourself.
Check it out. They did it. Somebody did it.
Impossible.
See, someone's here.
Damned morons.
Nobody could be stupid enough to actually fall for this.
And yet...
Hey, you there. We can't exactly see you because, you know, we're dead. But we can sense that you're here, so...
Congratulations! You've made it to the sacred site of knowledge!
Is that what we called it? I can't believe this shit. They actually fell for it. I can't believe it.
I know, right? Traveler, the knowledge you seek, the knowledge we druids decided to share with you is that... you can kiss our dead magical asses and get the hell back to wherever you came from. Now scram! Oh yeah, I forgot. They always need answers, don't they?
Right.
What did you expect? A monster fight? Some grand artifact to carry you back home? No monsters here. At least none you could fight.
Yeah, you people and your treasures.
You remembered to take something with you?
Not really.
Here. Here's your artifact.
You must carry it with you at all times or else. I can't. I just can't. Yeah. Now scrap.
Her word. I am.
goes there? Your road ends here. That's all you've got. We'll make short work of you. We'll make short work of you. What's that noise? You're only making me angrier! I'm not beaten yet! Someone's out there. Almost there. Stay focused. Your wealth is ours. That hurt. Good. Your road ends here. Is that supposed to hurt?
That's a question better suited for Merlin. If I always thought it was where his druids got drunk and danced naked in the moonlight. He was terribly offended when I said that. Gave me an entire lecture about the delicate balance of life and death, how they are intertwined. That, he claimed, was what the Cromlechs were meant to be. The heart of their power. A place still. He never invited me to any of their celebrations. He always did hate when I was right. Not yet. Something inside calls out from nearby. We shouldn't rest until it's whole again.
I see the but. There's nothing for you here, Wanderer. The doors are closed. And if I couldn't open them, you won't either. Tyrannus of the Thoid tribe, Dalriata. And you? Likewise, great minds think alike, and apparently they're drawn to... If you're set on going further, you'll need every bit of life force you have. A curse for killing a member of the Thoid tribe could take half of it. I thought that since you're here, you'd know what lies behind these stone doors. Many have tried. I thought I've been camped here for 3 moons. There's no life for me outside this cave. If I can't get through, this is where my story ends. This is my destiny, one I chose for myself. I'll either get through or die trying, but my strength is fading. This is... Words are precious. It is death and mad. Look for this. Everyone from Thoid wants to face one of those wraiths, and I'd love to get my hands on one of their corpses. Those are priceless. If you manage to slay the Mistbearer, I'll pay you in gold for everything you bring back. At least I'll get something out of this pointless mission. Then maybe I'll invite you to further collaboration. Return alive and you'll find out. Good luck, one. What do you require? May my